so hard to let go, but some kind of madness is swallowing me whole. Yeah. Is utopia, my transmissions ruins you. I try to push, try to keep us all down, but we will never see the truth around. Another promise, another scene, another a package like to keep us trapped in real. A green bells wrapped around our minds, an endless red tape to keep the truth confined. We will be victorious. Mind control, commit the revolution, take its toll if you could. I think a switch you open your third eye, see that we should never be afraid to die. Rise up and take the power back, it's time. But that cat's had a heart attack, you know. Their time's coming to an end, we have to unify and watch our flag ascend. They will stop degrading us. They will not control us. We will be victorious. From his committee. He did send his staff, but why didn't he show up? Another good question you should think about. Now, they've come here today, and they basically said, let's cancel an election over a meeting with Ukraine. And as my colleagues have shown, they failed to give you key facts about the meeting and lots of other evidence that they produced themselves. But let's talk about the meeting. They said it was all about an invitation to a meeting. If you look at the first transcript, the president said to President Zelensky, when you're settled in and ready, I'd like to invite you to the White House. We'll have a lot of things to talk about, but we're with you all the way. And President Zelensky said, well, thank you for the invitation. We accept the invitation and look forward to the visit. Thank you again. Then President Zelensky got a letter on May 29th inviting him again to come to the White House. And then going back to the transcript of the July 25th call, again, a part of the call that they didn't talk to you about, President Trump said, whenever you would like to come to the White House, feel free to call. Give us a date and we'll work that out. I look forward to seeing you. President Zelensky replied, thank you very much. I would be very happy to come and would be happy to meet with you personally and get to know you better. I'm looking forward to our meeting, and I also would like to invite you to visit Ukraine and come to the city of Kyiv, which is a beautiful city. We have a beautiful country which would welcome you. Then he said, on the other hand, I believe on September 1, we will be in Poland. And we can meet in Poland, hopefully. Now, they didn't read you that part of the transcript, and they didn't tell you what happened. A meeting in Poland was scheduled. President Trump was scheduled to go to Poland. He was scheduled to meet with President Zelensky. What happened? President Trump couldn't go to Poland. Why? Because there was a hurricane in the United States, and he thought it would be better for him to stay here to help deal with the hurricane. So the vice president went. Why didn't they tell you that? Why didn't they tell you that President Zelensky suggested, hey, how about we meet in Poland? Why didn't you tell them that that meeting was scheduled and had to be canceled for a hurricane? Why? So that was our first question that we asked you. You've heard a lot of facts that they didn't tell you. Facts that are critical. Facts that they know completely collapse their case on the facts. Now, you heard a lot from them. You're not going to hear facts from the president's lawyers. They're not going to talk to you about the facts. That's all we've done today. And ask yourself, given the facts you heard today, that they didn't tell you, who doesn't want to talk about the facts? Who doesn't want to talk about the facts? The American people paid a lot of money for those facts. They paid a lot of money for this investigation. And they didn't bother to tell you. Ask yourself why. If they don't want to be fair to the president, at least out of respect for all of you, they should be fair to you. They should tell you these things. And when they don't tell you these things, it means something. So think about that. Impeachment shouldn't be a shell game. They should give you the facts. That's all we have for today. We ask you, out of respect, to think about whether what you've heard would really suggest to anybody anything other that would be completely irresponsible abuse of power to do what they're asking you to do. To stop an election, to interfere in an election, and to remove the president of the United States from the ballot. Let the people decide for themselves. That's what the founders wanted. That's what we should all want. And with that, I thank you for your attention, and I look forward to seeing you on Monday.
The majority leader is recognized.
Mr. Chief Justice, I ask unanimous consent, the trial adjourned until 1 p.m. Monday, January 27th, and that this order also constitute the adjournment of the Senate.
Without objection, so ordered. The Senate is adjourned. And there we go, the first day of the opening argument from President Trump's defense team, and they will be the majority of the defense case on Monday and Tuesday, as they wanted to have a Saturday, and we'll be all with you on Monday, right here on News Now. Have a great
Are you guys
weekend,
on there
everybody.
now? You see me? Christopher's not here yet. What are you guys doing? You guys jumping? You guys playing? What are you guys doing? I can't hear you.
an absurd match. But that's what makes it funny. It's like so many dudes would find that hysterical, and those are the people you want to be friends with. You don't want to be friends with people that are like, oh no, the mask. I can't even have my day. Shut him down. I finally understand the nature of the gamma. Okay, so because I changed my mind on stuff. My motto that I've always had that really resonated with people is I might be wrong, but I'm not lying. Grab a diamond, yes. And so I see the gammas going back to my really old podcasts. And some of them are like, I'm Owen Benjamin, and this is Craig Reed or something. And they're like, look at him. And I'm like, yeah, it's called changing your mind. It's called learning and growing. These people, I was having this great talk with this bloodline guy. You know, he's from one of these families, real famous, wealthy, elite bloodline families, and now he's a truck driver. Great bear. Been here a while. Didn't know it was him. And we're talking about how they use trauma and shame from the time you're a child to keep you in a small little hole, like to make you a slave. And you don't even know it's happening. And then you're just living and you think it's normal, right? And then when you want a good life, when you want to speak the truth, when you just have that inkling of life, of love in your life or something. You know, what happened to me a lot was when I fell in love with Amy and then we had a child. There's much less room for me to just be on a hedonistic lazy river, you know? When you wake up, that's not evil, that's not wicked, that's sinful. And sinful is simply selfishness, and wicked is when you try to invert the world. You know, you make a homosexual like Tom Cruise a male stud, for heaven's sake, like that type of stuff. It's insane. There's no point to it. So, the gamma is from trauma a lot of times, from these forces, these evil forces that want to work on the gamma. And so when someone like me says, yeah, I don't like Dennis Prager anymore, I used to though, they think it's insane. Like it causes them a lot of pain. And they get really angry and they're like, look, a liar. It's like, no, this is natural. This is what people do, you know? Like, for example, flat earth. My view of it is changing. And I'll never believe in the heliocentric spinning ball thing. Like, that is a lie. But there is truth in NASA. They're encoding truth for different levels of people. And I'm starting to see some stuff. And I'm not ready to report yet. It is a plane. Like this, there's no curve. But when people, I've seen dogma emerge in the flat earth world, which is mind-blowing. It's almost like watching church dogma in the Christian world. You're like, tap 4 times and jump up and down because of Jesus. And it's like, I don't see that in the Bible. You know? And I've seen that in the flat earth world where people are like, you know, there is no space. We're on a flat plane, ice ring, all this stuff. And if someone steps out of line of that, people start to clamp down, just like there's a new Pharisees emerging. And I'm like, wow. And I'll never do that. And the reason that I was capable of calling out the lie, the heliocentric, is because I've always found a path of truth. This is very comforting to me. I was talking to one of my buddies about this. Because I was talking about the script. And how there's these scripts being written. And this is a synchronicity that's a little creepy, but I'll show it to you. So yesterday I was talking about shooting a short film where someone tries to assassinate a political leader, but it turns on the news and the person didn't die, they were just replaced. And then I see this in stars. It says Putin is dead. Shock claims Vlad was killed years ago. Russian led by Biden. I just want nothing to do with it. I'm like, okay, that's all madness. So the ultimate scriptwriter is God. And so God is always, like, all the hosting, all the nonsense, all of it has a purpose. And so when you face it and when you say truth, you get lessons. And this is true. I know this for a fact. Because I've experienced it in my life over and over and over. There is false truth. You know, like, so if someone bones to the society, one of their tasks is to they go and test it and then masturbate dudes and they talk about their sexual history and their feelings and they're like, "Look, black women, something, you know." And some people don't understand humiliation. I completely do. What it is it's a test to see can you get through this without begging for mercy. I was on a line about that's stupid. I'm about to just so you don't spiral. I'm not endorsing one bit of any of this I'm speaking of right now. Just understand. Okay. When I was on various high level sports teams, you would have hazing, whether it's like you have to carry everyone's stuff or you have to drink a ton of beers or you get beaten, stuff like that, right? And so what it does is it's a testing them. It's a test to see like, will you be able to get through pain? In this show Doom, they had a guy reach in to a little hole and it felt like his flesh was burning. And if he pulled out, they would kill him on the spot. And because they were like, your flesh is not burning, it's gone in your head. So if he could override his animal instinct of reaction, he would be valued. Okay, so the gamma has been changed and has been traumatized. And it's been from man, not God. This is the difference. And I understand. So when I first said that children can't be trans, and I got the waves of trans. Okay, you should kill yourself. You're like them, you can't work, you're not getting anything. We're taking time to picture about all this stuff. What I said is true. So the hazing is coming from God, in my opinion. Speaking on behalf of God. This is my issue. So the fact I could stand my ground because I knew what I said was true got me to a better life. And that's happened to me over and over and over. Right? The gamma has been trained by man. And so the gamma then would kneel. When something is said that's true. And I was talking about this with this dude who's a bloodline guy, he's not a truck driver. One of the things that he had to get through and his submission to God and how much pain he had to go through to get out of this worked out world. And how worth it is, and how he's thriving, even though he doesn't have anything. But, he's supposed to be a family, but part of his family isn't and you can just feel it through it, And so there's the God haze, and the God haze is like, if you brought up to the top of a mountain and offered the world, will you say yes or no? That's like the greed haze, but then there's the shame haze. And the gamma cannot get through that. They fail the test. And so when anyone else does, they don't understand it, and that makes them very angry, and their programming kicks in. Hazing in almost all facets is good. That's why we did it. Right, but hazing towards good or truth. Like, let's say, okay, here's a good hazing for a sports team. If you mess up, like let's say you get drunk and you play really badly, or you're too slow, or you let yourself get fat, the guys will haze you into oblivion by, making you run, making you puke, making you, wear underwear on your head. I don't know, whatever it is. That's good hazing because it's like, we will shame you into oblivion until you break your nonsense. Okay. Hazing, like how God hazes, where it's like, he keeps making it more and more obvious. Like, just take the moon landing. It's just the obvious one that a lot of gammas are pathetic. Yeah, but I do have sympathy for the gamma because a lot of it happens when they're very young. And if I didn't have sympathy for the gamma, I couldn't effectively fight them as well. I couldn't repel them at all. They would just keep coming. Like I have learned, like getting through that last gamma spurt spiral has given me blessings and knowledge. Like, for example, the main gamma attack on me is like, oh, he changed his mind on something. Oh, he contradicted himself. It's like, yeah, that's what every living man does daily when they grow. And their main thing they used against me is, he's a cult leader. He's a cult leader. And so then the bears that didn't pass the test of nonsense left. And they're like, yeah, he's a cult leader. I should have seen it before. Wait a minute. I'll give you an argument right now about how the NFL is more of a cult than the Bears. The Bears are not a cult. There's no money exchange. There's no but there is no exploitation of money. I'm encouraging people to become married, family, faithful, grateful, healthy. It's what we do every day. We quit booze, we stop watching porno, stuff like that. I was watching the game yesterday and I was thinking about it. It's like an NFL fan will spend thousands of dollars on their team, the team that they've never met. And I'm not against it, by the way. It's fun. You know, I watched the game. I was interested in the game yesterday. I muted the commercials and didn't watch the commercials, but then they go to a bar and they drink poison in the form of shots. They know it's bad for them, and they eat food that they know is bad for them. And they wear a jersey with the man's name on the back that has never met them and does not care about them. And they scream and they get really sad when things happen on a screen, and they get really excited when things happen on a screen. None of it is rooted whatsoever in reality. I could make an argument clear as day that what they're doing is participating in a cult. I'm not against it. Do what you want. We have free will. It's all good. But like when people said I was a cult leader, the people that believed it failed because it isn't true. They followed shame. The shame of man, not the shame of God, the shame of truth. That's the difference, you know, and that's why some of the people I have on here, you know, some of the Christian dogma, the most shame I've ever felt about saying I'm a Christian is because of dogmatic, churchy and Christians. It's not from the devil. You know, when you say you're a Christian, you'll get attacked by the devil in ways, but those are easy for me. The one thing, it's like all the churchians, all the converged churches, the churches of lies that people associate with Christianity. But when I say I'm Christian, good people look at me like, and they'll shake their head like, really? I'm like, yeah. Because what they're presented with is the lies of an institution that they were growing up with, you know. So many of these churches are preaching absolute vile nonsense. And so I got through that. I'm like, yeah, that's me. And then just over time, people accept it and all that. But like, one of the reasons that like I'll have on Pro 777 or Sage Quay or, you know, Dave Weiss and all these guys, the thing they all have in common is I've witnessed every one of them get through these tests. And so some of these churchian, legal, Bible lawyer Christians will be like, oh my God, you just had on Pro 777. He's a blasphemer. He's a pagan. And I'm just like, bye. Because what they are doing is practicing the dogma of man. It's like, he didn't eat the flesh and blood of Jesus and wear the robe and tap 5 times. I'm like, bye. I've witnessed these men, every man I've had on this stream, I've witnessed every one of them be shame mobbed because of a truth they did, whether it was Crow's Lunar Wave or Mike Williams, 30 years in the corporate world, you know, and he started having issues with 9/11 and stuff like that, and he got attacked, and he made it through. Dave Weiss, he's the owner of a company, of course, part Jew, or he's a Jew. I guess he's full blown. But you know, talked about flat Earth when no one else was. The shame these people had thrown at them is undescribable to most people. And they stuck with it, and they were right about various things, whether it was the lunar wave or the nature of 9/11 or the nature of media or the fact there's no curve of the earth. And so I watched them get through that, and that's God's haven, where it's like, will you buckle? And when you do, when you get through this, you really do get to see more of the truth of reality. Like, for example, science. So I'm against science. I'm like, the scientific method's great. No one's practicing it. Everyone's like, how dare you? Neil deGrasse Tyson. Okay, they will tell you. Watch this one little clip. This is the laws of life. Watch this, and then we'll talk about it. This is Dr.
In science, we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you can go to make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method.
Right, they just tell you. And people will watch that, and if they haven't gotten through the shame, if they haven't gotten through the will you kneel, will you beg? It's like, will you beg for it to stop, bitch? and a man can do that, like in a gang, to see like, will you commit to our criminal enterprise? Like if we fuck you up, if we threaten your family, we do all this stuff, will you rat? You know, I understand that, but that is destructive. That puts people in a place. If the truth shames you and you kneel, you freeze in your existence. And that's why these gammas hate me, because they see that I didn't freeze. And so I can be like, I've really been thinking about it. The world could be a sphere if you include the magnetism, if you include the dome in the underworld. This could be Earth as described, could be a sphere. It's just the ground, the plane. And people are like, no, flat Earth is, space is fake and gay. And I'm like, yeah, but this one guy, Martin Kennedy, had a great argument. They're like, Martin Kennedy said Christ is a star, he's a blasphemer. I'm like, he's not lying. I disagree with that completely. Like, that's the thing, is because I value people that speak what they believe to be true.
Yeah, true.
If you only, dude, half the gammas that try to like kill me are like, they say they're Christian. That is not a get out of jail situation. If someone's like, I'm a Christian. Steven Crowder says he's a Christian. This is Steven Crowder's master, right here. That's Steven Crowder's master. He goes, Steven, don't have children, make the world gay and lie so we can go to war against Israel. Steven Crowder says he's Christian. And I'm not going to say he isn't, because don't judge without being judged. I will never say, if someone says they're Christian, I'm never going to say they are not. That being said, so this is the thing that I'm seeing, is like every layer of truth, the mold of shame and Pharisee will start to grow. I'm seeing it in the flat earth world. If you can get through the shame of saying that the sun isn't at the center of the solar system, what are you stopping for? So then you're like, oh, I'm done now though. This is now dogma. It's like, so you think, like I see problems with just the ice ring and the dome and the flat earth. It's like, well, let's keep going though. What is this? And people are like, all right, that's it. No space. Yeah, it's like, and so then I realized that I'm in God's script, and it's good. God is good. And so there's a lot of tests. There's tests to see, like, do you have the moral fortitude to get through this lie, to get through this shame, to get through this sin? Like, how much sin have you done? And it's fascinating. By fruits you shall know also if they are fruity. He says it because he's a liar. Oh, I'm with you, sir. Okay, here's another thing. Like, I'll show you. Is it a tribalism thing? It's no, it's dogma. It's Pharisee. It's like, what happens is, so someone, it all boils down to the human being being terrified of embarrassment. It's that simple. It's so simple. It's like, so you see, like David Icke doing all this, like he revealed a lot about pedophilia. I don't respect him that much, and I'll tell you why. He revealed a ton about pedophiles and the royal elite. He revealed a ton about the nature of control in our world. He's stuck on certain. I'm not going to like just criticize the guy if he's not here. I already did. Too late. Whatever. Like right now, Gamma would be like, but he's just criticizing. He's a liar. It's like I'm working through it as we speak. This is all live. It's unscripted on me. I'm not. Guys, really watching this through with you guys. And so anyway, David Icke. So they'll get stuck on like aliens or like Mars or fake moon landing or something. And then when it starts being revealed that not only is there no fake moon landing, there's no ability to land on the moon. Like, that's pretty obvious at this point. So, but they've seen all the trades and the books and the money and schooling. Their identity is wrapped up in saying these things that are going through their mind. They don't want to say, yeah, I was wrong about that. And it's so, are we here to get tested? Yes. It's all a test. It has to be. And it's perfectly written to not be intelligent design and good. I was watching the movie people. Yeah, now I want to go back. I respected Cooper because he said he was wrong about aliens. See, this what people have to understand about me. The way I judge people, and whether or not I'm going to let them in my circle or talk to them, is have you ever admitted you were wrong publicly and face embarrassment? And if you have, I then trust you way more. These people are upside down. They think that if they just stick to their dogma, no matter what, it's like, lizard people. Yeah, I don't know, man. So, lizard people. You know, and the way these tests work is they, like, the world will give you lousy fancies and praise. Like, the New York Times right praised me and supported me and said, you are the next thing. You are saving free speech. And I'm like, great, these guys are crushing it. And as soon as I saw their lie, and this is a test, you know, the whole war, you know, once the Muslim spell has been broken for me, I had two options. I either freeze in my development or just keep going. And then they all iced me, they took down my videos, they called me, you know, what was it? Humiliated, disgraced comedian. These things break a lot of men, and that's how they become gamblers. You become a gambler when someone says, disgraced comedian because Israel played a role in the Iraq war. And I'm like, but they did. Like, humiliated comedian, once great, but now insane. A drunk and a homosexual lying Jew. And I'm like, no, I'm not gay, and I'm not a Jew, and I'm not a liar. It's like, disgrace, and it's like, that's the moment when people bend and they go, oh no, I mean, Israel has nothing to do with Iraq. And they don't even care. You're already done. You're already, you failed their hazing test. Because hear no evil, speak no evil, see no evil. That's what these people do. And this is the thing, it's like, a lot of it is just corrupted. Like, Freemasonry doesn't have to be bad. Like, I bet when it started, it was just like a Freemason. Like, you want masonry work done? I got a truck or like a wagon. We're a Freemason. We can be the architects of our own lives. That sounds great. And then slowly, the dogma, the shame, the humiliation is how every one of these things gets clamped down. It's the same with Judaism is such a mess now. It's like Judaism, the tribe of Judah. You know, great. The Hebrews, awesome. You know, and now we're dealing with a Talmudic upside down race of non-Semites who practice Satanism. So when someone says anti-Semitic, it's a meaningless thing. Someone on one of Stacey Quay got a lot of good response. He put up the talk we had, and I saw this one comment, mostly very good, which is awesome. He has a great audience. But one was like, I just can't deal with this anti-Semitism. I'm like, I don't criticize. You mean, you think I attack Palestinians? Like, no, but I mean, how dare you? It's like the Ashkenazi Khazarian people claiming to be Jewish are not Semites. The word anti-Semitism is a meaningless word.
Yes, it is.
If you like the biggest anti-Semites in the entire world is the government of Israel, because the Semites, the Semitic people of Palestine, are being killed. It's the upside down. It's the true evil of the world loves upside down. They love to make, you know, Michelle Obama's a dude and Tom Cruise is a homo and Tom Hanks is a terrible father. And, you know, it's like what they present us is the opposite of what's reality. They made Michael Jackson white. You know, it's like, it's endlessly, you know, like they say Barack Obama's brilliant and he's probably one of our dumbest presidents. They say Donald Trump is dumb, but he's probably one of our smartest presidents. And it's just like, it's endless, right? And they do that because they want to invert and pervert everything. The humans doing it, whether they're Freemasons or Ashkenazi Jews or Christians or atheists or whatever, it doesn't matter. The human doing it is doing it only because of trauma, only because they failed the shame test. And they can always get out. This is why you can always repent and be forgiven. It doesn't matter the horror you've done. All you have to do is admit it to yourself and to God when you're alone. And then
I just saw
it's
Mama
over.
texted me
And
and
they
said
can- and
that
then
you guys
it
liked
doesn't
me
work.
talking
Your
to you.
wizard tongues
So
are like,
I'll sit here,
and you're like,
talk to you guys for a minute. I'm gonna drink some coffee. So I have lots of cars here today. I don't want to be here all day though, so I'm trying to get through them. I need someone else here though. hopefully my brother comes in to help, and yeah, hopefully he's able to help get them clean, so that way we can have a good day today. Are you guys gonna play? Are you guys playing toys? Kendall, have you gone potty on the potty? Have you? Ronan, how are you today? How are you feeling? You feeling better? Feeling good this morning? Oh, don't forget to go give the chickens, just check on them, see if they have any eggs, and then check and see if they have hay in there too. The new pressure washer works really well as well. Works real good. It's very strong. Okay, I'm gonna go back to work. You guys can continue to watch.
Right. And repent against the shame, because these people, a lot of the bloodline people, a lot of these elites, guys, they're like horribly rapist kids and stuff. And they were made to think they consented to it because they agreed, but they didn't have the ability of not agreeing. And so from there it goes. And the black hole is what's really in your mind. The black hole is made in your mind. And they exploit that. And that's how it starts. Don't envy them. Envy is a weakness. Envying these quote unquote elites is a huge weakness. Robert Bradley says, I'm not going on the record saying anything. I mean, he's a good dude in a certain way. You said it already. I may be wrong on that line. I'm telling you, that's the way out of this stuff. Because, like, I'm seeing it in flat Earth. How is that possible? That there's now flat Earth dogma? Like, what? So you go this far, and then and it's all money and shame. It's all like, they don't want to say, like, yeah, I might have been wrong about the shape of the Earth. I might have been wrong about the nature of firmament or extraterrestrial. Because extraterrestrials, I've been interested in this guy, Martin Kenny. And again, he'll say stuff that as a devout Christian, it's a little jarring. Like he says that, Jesus is a star. But he believes it, and he has a lot of information to share. And I would rather listen to someone like that than a dogmatic Christian liar who will then attempt to poison you. And I mean, we need to say 6 million. And the best lies are mathematical reversions of the truth, because these people aren't smart enough to remember all these lies. And so Martin Kennedy is talking about, and again, I'm not endorsing his religion or whatever. I'm a Christian. I believe Jesus Christ is the way. But if you live by his teachings and you accept him as your Savior, you're good. His Father is God, creator of all. That's my belief. It doesn't matter if someone, that's why I'm so mad when people are like, I'm not knowing any more to understand it, but people are like, all that is really fun. I don't agree with them on everything. Like, it's true. And I think I'm like, this is my beautiful wife. I don't agree with her on everything. I don't say you don't do that. I want to agree with her. So, I do these things and I've been praying for my dad. It feels great. It feels great. Because I have a real black hole in me. It's like, it really does, like, loving enemy is so fucking true. It's like, I've been genuinely praying for my father. And like, that's made me much happier. And it's going to be these things and everything. Right, so if you look at, have to do this right. I have a full audience every time I see you. Every time. The sun is risen. Watching the game is one of these. Well, that, it's like people don't change his love. You're watching a frozen man. It's not evil. It's the sin of not Let's see what I got here. I got some more funny stuff here. Like I'll show you okay, like this is a baby boomer being funnier than a millennial. So if I just said baby boomers are never funny, that would be a problem, right? Because watch this. Look at it. I mean, that's so funny. I put on the ground. We have acres of land here. It's so funny to me how there's like acres of land and the rooster's like, you wanna know what I need? I need to get right next to that dude. That's a boomer and he knows when you go to the moon. Yeah. But I mean, that's what I mean. If people are just like, oh, boomers all suck, it's like, not that guy. We're gonna watch it again. That's one of the funniest things I've seen in a long time. Like this. Let's open some of that. Oh yeah, okay. I'll tell you the hiding in plain sight situation because they long smooth rooster. I love it. The rooster spot right there. Looks like you're not hanging there. What makes that chick a model? Because she says she is. My rooster's a model. That rooster's he's blue-pilled though. He's not the red-pilled rooster. The red-pilled rooster is not even around here. He's like, I don't like cows. So it's like she's tripping? No, she's doing exactly what they do. They're like, and they're gonna add music to it, and they're gonna like edit it on one of their apps, and it's gonna be like, and it's just gonna be like, the world is beautiful, but in reality, they just look retarded. So it's like an empty altar victim. Yes, in the sense of just television and music, but no, it's not like there's nothing special about that girl. There's tons of that out there now. It's just like. So I used to know tons of girls in LA that were like that. They'd be like, I'm gonna do a photo shoot. I'm gonna be smelling a flower and really enjoying the flower. I'm like, you've never done that when someone isn't taking your picture. Like what I'm doing this stream, this is what I do in my head all day. But this isn't like an act. It's not like just like I will sip the coffee now and look really handsome looking out at my land. Shut, you just ruined my photo shoot. All right. But here's like a hiding in plain sight thing, right? Because they have to show you. Like Buzz Aldrin's pointing at his wrist, right? He has a watch on his wrist. Because it's layers of truth, and it isn't just mockery. It isn't like, look at how stupid they are, they don't see it. They have to. All right, look at it. That's my hype chicken. Yeah, it's a better way to look at it. Yeah, right now they're like, yo, this nigga Owen Benjamin. This nigga Owen Benjamin's for real. He'll steal all the niggas' bikes and give them to the bike owners. That's my new charity, by the way. I'm gonna tell you this, and then I'm gonna show you the prize thing. My new charity is I steal I steal the bikes from the bike thieves and I bring them back to the bike owners. It's called Robin Hood. Robin the Hood. The camera. I believe BB dances with the gravel knife. No, my son gets scared of it, so he doesn't. I actually haven't tried the gravel knife for a few weeks. But there's been so many requests of the gravel knife. If you ever notice when Greg goes missing, the cops show a picture and she's doing a fish mouth? No, I don't watch those shows. He's Robin the Rooster. Oh, As a non-former runner model, there's nothing worse than runner model. It sounds so good to be ready to go. Everybody's ready to go. They are very easy. Yeah, they do. I mean, dude, I got every girl, I mean, I don't need. I've got bitches that I'm not proud of, like funny stuff. You know? Okay. If you try. You get back to Baltimore, you think, yeah, I'm doing it. But see, then, usually when it all falls apart, is it all falls apart. I bring the stolen bikes to the wife, and they don't even want them, they just think I'm a weirdo. I'm like, aha, Robin the Hood has arrived. All your bikes have been returned. All these bikers are like, I wasn't missing a bike. I already have a bike. I said, aha, and you don't want Tyrone to have a bike. And Tyrone's like, I paid for the bike. If you just committed a crime. I'm like, aha? 100 miles, 2 8 between the road. That. This model in general is so tired, but too sexy for a guy. Too sexy for a guy. So I know the grabber. Look and drive me so the grabber likes it. And drive me to the grabber baby because he makes his own good. I got watching the one way now the real runway model is the dude speaking the train. When I'm doing my train on the runway, I was doing my train on the runway, and everyone sees that. If you know Chuck Binder in LA, no. I was rapping the best down at agency in the world. You know, full gravel though, but I didn't associate with low level agents. You know, it's not something I would do. And people are just like, I'll rep it, kid. I'm like, no, I'm repped by the same guy who reps like, you know, Steven Spielberg, who I didn't yet know is a bird. Like, you might as well go big. Zoolander screen? Yes, I need to do a Zoolander screen. I can't turn left. Right side, chickens can put into a trance by drawing a line in the dirt. Yeah, they draw a line of dirt out from their feet. I don't know how you know that. It did represent the most side of myself. Well, I mean, they drop. This is another way you know that politics are entertainment. One of my my agent adjacent, they would have teams. They repped Hillary Clinton and Huckabee. It's all, dude, they're entertainment, guys. That's why I don't talk about politics anymore. Sorry, but not sorry. You know, like looking back through my memories, my Rolodex of experience, I'm like, wait a minute. So the same dude repped Hillary Clinton and Mike Huckabee. What? Did they have like little cocktail parties and plans? It's like, Mike Huckabee stands for Christian conservative. Hillary Clinton is about tolerance and no, they're just empty vessels for Satan's kick. Maybe they blow the grabbers because that boy, nobody wants to see that tiny clip dick in a blind. Really intense prospect there. I don't want to get North Carolina, Greek gas on. This is political entertainment lying out. I had a meeting with him that was going well. They found out I wasn't Jewish. I never heard from him again. What could possibly have gone well? He's like, what we're gonna do, kid, is we're gonna get your picture taken. And then we're gonna put your resume in the back of the picture. You guys know I never had that? The first year I was in LA, I briefly had like headshots. And it would say like what I had done in the back, and I never used it, and I never brought it anywhere. And I was like, that's gay. So that's one reason why there's so few quote unquote headshots of me. Like there's that one where I'm looking pretty skinny, but that was the one where I'm like black and white with a suit, and I'm like holding a little piano and stuff. That was just one shoot for a special public that they paid for. They're like, we need that for a special. I never did headshots. Like the one headset I had, I was like 22, and I was like, I never brought it to like anything. I was like, are you guys gay? Like literally, you didn't even need to do that. Every role I ever got in Hollywood was because of friends. It was like a crush on stage. Everyone's high fiving me, and then they'd be like, "Oh, that guy, you're great for this," and that's it. And an audition would simply be like, "Am I literate? Like, can I read like a script?" And I'm like, "Enter gay guy with mustache. Hi, I have a piece." They're like, "Oh, fine. The guys can't read at all." You guys know that's the old secret in Hollywood? You know, open the mail. Most bad actors can't read. So when they find one that can read, guys, this is a fact. I'm not going to apologize to the ADL. Jordan Maxwell wears a small hat. Yeah, that guy sucks. I don't know why anyone likes Jordan Maxwell. That guy, I listened to one thing he ever did, and it's like, he sounds like an unhealthy, bitter, despair merchant. He says all this shit that he can't possibly know. Let's stick people. What about you, Long Dog? Not supposed to be Long Dog. What about you, Long Dog? Sato, if you see yourself, you really is fucking better. If you can mention your blue eyes in the outside audience, no. It's me. I was never one of these men that time. As long as ever like, the only time my physicality ever seemed an asset ever was one show they were casting called Sixth Man, maybe 11th Man, about basketball. Never, ever was my physicality seen as anything. I was way too tall for most stuff, and no one ever was like, you have weird eyes? Yeah. I was not in the homo type world out there. It was never like, you need better ass. But when Samuel took me in the house party, I wasn't even in good shape. And I was supposed to play like this like guy, with the butler, the Playboy Mansion, on street with the fashion stuff. I didn't even have ass. It was just like, oh, you're good at that. He's a pretty good looking guy for a comedian. His dudes are above soul level. Johnny is going to be like to David Eichel and Mullet. Hold on. Can you speak a bit so we can get both your faces and things? No, it was always like that. I was a black guy really good. Oh, yeah. So most black actors in Hollywood, this is a fact, and it's not. You can try to say me all you want. I don't, but they can't read. This is a big joke amongst the black acting community out there. A lot of them, they can't read. They're like, I said once. They're like a basically little. And so, my buddy Roy Jr. and a couple others that I won't name are fantastic readers. And that's one reason why the graduates are like, yes, it's like you can actually read. And those are the type of stories that you never get to hear because no one's honest in the world these days. All right, so we can.
Answer the phone. I'm calling. I'm calling.
Hey, it's McKenna. Sorry, I missed your call.
Dahlgren's watch. Okay, does anyone know what time it is? It would seem that Buzz's watch is a little slow. He is pointing it out to you. A rather nice touch for a whistleblower, a tough old bird with a strong right hook. The
I
watch
love you
reads
guys so much. I miss
11:14.
you already.
Stepped on the
And I've only
National
been at work
Moon,
for a little bit.
11:16. On July 20th,
No one's here
1969.
yet.
The
I'm
photograph
afraid
was
I'm gonna
taken
have to
about
work
1.5
tomorrow, and I
hours
don't want
after he
to.
stepped off the ladder.
We'll see what happens.
There are no random photos. Each one has a story to tell. So he's pointing at his watch saying, not possible. And he has a watch. So this is my theory on NASA. I'm going to dive more into this before I really get into it. But my knife. is it all means something? Like they are saying, you must write a book on Hollywood. It's really not that interesting. It's just a lot of vacant people. Some people are really cool, but in general, it all seems like a dream at this point. British flags are pretty cool. And it was the same situation in my high school. Oh, dude, they literally can't read. But they just need more opportunity because some can. Obviously, I'm not saying black people can't read. I'm saying in Hollywood, the people that really chuck and jive are mostly illiterate. And Buzz is 90 years old. Love the moon NASA stuff. Yeah, me too. But the Big Bear, time goes by slower when you're on the moon. Ooh. See, these are all tests. It's the test is the satanic test is will you buckle to lies when you know they're lies because you're ashamed and you're scared of being humiliated or you're scared of embarrassment. God's test is will you stick with the truth even though you know you'll be shamed by anything. It's the same test. Because shame isn't bad. You know, shaming someone for being fat is good. Shaming someone for being slow or selfish on your cross meat. Don't eat that. That's plastic, chicken. Like right there. I just shamed that chicken properly. I'm like, you're a stupid chicken for eating plastic.
Probably.
Okay, children.
Have you heard it?
Huh?
Have you heard anything of your brother?
No, not yet. Not yet. He texted me and said 9 o'clock, and I messaged him back like 9. I was like, yeah, sure, or just whenever you can get in. And he, I haven't heard anything else. The pressure washer works great. What did you say? It's pretty bad. I think so too. Probably gonna get to do this morning. Or purchase. Oh. So she's gonna be going down here pretty soon. I'll talk to her on the. Love you. Okay, Kendall. It is time for nap time here pretty soon. So, I hope you have a really good nap, and you sleep really good, and you have lots of good dreams, and you drink lots of water, and you don't pee your pants. I really hope that. I love you so much, and I will talk to you when you wake up. Probably. Ronan. Row, 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 row. Row, 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 row. Okay, I'll go back to work. Love you.
It's like, yeah, that could kill the chicken. So that's good. Shaming someone for being like, you're an idiot if you don't eat the plastic. And it's like, am I doing good, Daddy? It's always basically a masturbating monkey is a joke. Oh, dude. Anybody that listens, I can't even listen to him if he has anyone on that's interesting. A, because he doesn't have anyone on that's interesting. B, he's such a liar. This is Joe Rogan's master. And they humiliate him all the time. They're just humiliating the guy. You know, it's the big Satan punchline. It's like your alpha male hunting, kickboxing man's man is a homosexual midget who's addicted to hallucinogenics. The ones that read protocols of the elders of Zion should work in Hollywood. Right? I'll show you some base blacks. Dude, I love a lot of blacks. I have no issue whatsoever with the base blacks. I'm just saying that a lot of times the blacks in entertainment, I don't know if they're funny because they had such hard lives. You know, they do have a lower average IQ. Does not mean that there isn't a ton of whites that are dumber than a ton of blacks. Very similar to height. It's like saying Germans on average are taller than the Swiss. And someone being like, well, I'm Swiss and I'm taller than Franz. And it's like, on average. That's why that's how you can really tell a lot of dumb whites is when they think that stat means they're smarter than all blacks. It means they're one of the dumb whites. It's like the easiest tell when someone's like, well, I'm white, so I'm obviously smarter than that black guy. It's like, well, that means you're definitely not because you don't know how averages work. Bullying is caring only if it's toward good, true, or beautiful. I don't understand why Michael Malice still loves Rogan. Well, if you're a 5'1" Jew from Siberia who doesn't believe in God and believes in anarchy, you might like anyone who gives you a platform as well. And I'm not talking shit about Malice. Everything I just said is a fact. He's 5'1". He's an atheist. He's a Jew. He's from Russia. Not that there's anything wrong with Russia, but when you flee as a hat, as an anarchist, as an atheist, as a small man, you're gonna, and if your hero is the bitch who wrote Fountainhead, you're going to gravitate towards anyone that gives you attention because he's telling you that. Just like the scientist. This is how the world really is. I'm gonna show the scientist thing one more time, and I'm gonna show you another base flight piece. Okay, they tell you. Here it is.
In science, we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you can go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method.
Okay, they tell you. So Michael Malice says, I'm a Jew, I'm an atheist, I'm short, I'm from Russia, my hero is a subversive psychopath named Ayn Rand, and I'm basically out for me. And so when people are like, I just didn't see it coming, why would he like Joe Rogan? Well, Joe Rogan's the #1 podcast in the world. So that guy is basically telling you, I don't believe in anything. I only believe in trying to get as much money and power as possible. And people are like, but I just don't understand. It's like, let me start again. It's like they tell you. Like Buzz Aldrin is like, not possible. And everyone's like, but it must be a time warp dilation. And then you see the shadow. It's like, not possible. And they're like, well, okay, I'll show you some base bike beats. You know you can trust the bike beat when they go after you know who. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? This is one of my favorite clips. And by the way, Grabblers, if you keep kicking everybody off that criticize you, people are gonna just start like legit hating you. And I know you don't deserve to be just hated. I know it comes from trauma. I know it comes from your little clip dicks and your overzealous moms. Get out of here, chicken. Like, I have sympathy. Truly. It's not just me saying that. I've been kicked off every platform they run. So it's not like I don't even have to say that. There's no benefit. Granted, you know I wouldn't lie anyway about it, but there's zero benefit for me to say that the Grabbler is not my enemy. As the human. I mean, the motivators of the Grabbler. All right, check this out. Watch this. This is hysterical.
10 years of age. At that time, my whole family wiped out.
Yes, sir.
Yes, the Holocaust is big business because Germany so far has given the Jews, I think, at least $200 billion. So it's big business. Some of you are still getting $1,000 a month. And a lot of people don't know this. And then people don't realize who brought the slaves to America. They were Jewish ships.
Years of age. At that time, my whole family wiped out.
Yes, sir.
Yes, the Holocaust is big business because Germany so far has given the Jews, I think, at least $200 billion. So it's big business. Some of you are still getting $1,000 a month. And a lot of people don't know this. And then people don't realize who brought the slaves to America. They were Jewish ships.
This is a funny one. This is a funny episode. And again, not a hatred of Jewish people at all. In fact, I feel for the majority of Jews that have to deal with the Grabblers that run their little tribe. Unreal. 1952, Luxembourg Agreement is big business. 2013-14, Germany agrees to pay more. Oh yeah, it's all bullshit. The fact that they squeezed $300 billion out of Poland is unreal in 2019. They're like, oh, it's the ultimate shame test. And Nick Fuentes failed miserably. Because I think it's the highest stakes, most loss of lollies and fancies is to say that 6 million sounds a little high. And everyone knows, guys, like in that bike thief, this is in the 80s. He's like, the slave ships were actually owned by, and everyone's like, finally, he's flushing. And it's like, bump, bump, bump. And Montel's like, oh man, I don't want to be canceled, man. I just got my own bike. Did you pay for that bike? No, man, I didn't pay for the bike, but I'm finally in a neighborhood where I can really steal the best bikes in the whole wide world. Let's take a break while we duct tape the guy's mouth shut real quick. Yeah, but nothing bad happens to that guy because he wasn't doing it out of anger. Like, I've seen actual Jew haters who are like, if we take out the Jew, everything gets better again. No, that guy is not. That guy's not operating in a good way. That guy we just watched was just like a base black guy in overalls, which is basically a bike owner, and he's just like, it's big business. The Holocaust was big business. Now, I just wanted to say that, and I'm going to go back to crushing. That do what Trump does, $6 billion. I know that was genius. Poland treated Jews so well and got. Well, Poland was where the Jews ran the first time they had to shut it down. You know, there's been. I hate to break it to you guys, but look into the Black Death. It's not what you think it is. Anyway, and so Poland's like, welcome. And then to this day, in 2019, they're like, oh, 300 billion because you guys didn't stop the 9 rollerbladers and give them. It's just like, stop. It's the Holocaust thing is the number one like shame tactic because everyone knows there wasn't 6 million Jews in all of Europe. And it triggers people so bad when they're like, my family, my princess. I'm like, who? What are their names? They're like, everyone. I'm like, did you ever meet any of these people? I mean, of course, Pornos and Steven Spielberg. Like, stop. It's the ultimate, it's the ultimate test of like, will you lie for money? And I'm not saying there wasn't Jewish persecution during World War II, and a lot of it was extremely tragic. Truly, it's a shame. It's a shame that happened. Because they never get the ones responsible. They always get the guy at the deli. They never get a Rothschild. You'll never see a Rothschild with like a star on his work camp outfit. Those were just dudes. There was nobody in those camps, in my opinion, and they were small camps, and there was no gas chamber. But you would never see like an elite banker in there. It wasn't justice. It wasn't something anyone should root for. It was just a massacre. Just like they did to a lot of Russians, just like Churchill did to if there's no good guys in that back and forth. Poland won't break. No, it's an individual test. I'll just say this and then I'll start opening mail. You'll get a lot more peace when you realize that you don't have to wake up the world and it's like, it's all basically like, will you fall for it? God is testing you all the time. And it doesn't mean like, run around and if you're a dentist, be like, you know about the dangers of just do your job as best you can, live in this world. Well, thank you. But don't lie to yourself. And don't be like, oh, and Benjamin isn't funny. I'm blatantly funny. If this is funny, Joe Rogan, this is funnier than anything Joe Rogan's ever done. It's just a mess. And everyone knows it. Like, everyone's aware. And people have been so humiliated and so massive. That's why so many of the bears eventually, we will earth round test your soul. Yeah, it's a soul test. And the good news is it doesn't end in death. And I know that for a fact. This is a test. And the fear of death and the thought that we're these animals that just become dirt. I don't even get into animals. I think everybody's part of something a lot bigger than you know. Not test the Lord. No, the Lord tests us. That's the whole point. Testing the Lord would be like saying, it was exactly 6 million, and then superior. That's testing the Lord. That's basically saying, like, what can I get away with? And they'll yank that shit right back. You don't have to be an advocate. You don't have to be, a marching streets. The best thing you can do is to be a very good husband, father, brother, neighbor, wife, mother. Like, it's about your community. That. There are 2 wolves inside of you. One is gay. The other is gay. You are gay. But the old adage with that was you have 2 wolves inside of you. One is good, one is bad. Which one survives? The one that gets fed the most. Rogan's comedy, dude. It's so bad. It's so like. So now our big tough man and our funny man is a guy who's not funny, who's a midget on DMT who likes anal sex with men. It's unreal. Where can you order the Gravel mask? I couldn't find it. It was made custom for me by a gentleman. If he's listening, let us know if you're going to sell the Gravel mask because you'll sell thousands. But he seems very like a unique guy. It's like I just really wanted you to have the Gravel mask. So I don't like to push businesses on people, but true, I did ask for projection of souls real. The Lord tests us, but not without aid. He gave us guidelines for it and an example to follow Yahshua. Yeah, no, we have tons of it. I mean, dude, even the bad guys tell you what they're doing. Scientists are like, we don't do science. And NASA's like, we're starting mushroom houses on the moon. And Neil and Buzz Aldrin is pointing to his watch. You have to be, it has to be intentional to not see some of this stuff. And by the way, I'm wrong about stuff right now that I will be changing my mind on. And when I do, there will be no spiraling on any of you. Because I will do it without fear. And if you spiral, that's fine. He has his email address on the stream where BB opens the letter. Yeah, so email him. I mean, he could sell That could be like the biggest costume in 2020 Halloween. Like people love the Graveler mask. Like half of my emails I get are just like, "Hey man, I love what you're doing, man. You know, I really want to come see your live show. So when's that Graveler mask coming back?" That's one reason why today I went out and got the Graveler mask from my bear cave. His name is Jesus. I'm not going to argue about that Byzantine relic. That's his name. That argument is so dumb, where it's like, well, the letter J hadn't been invented yet, and Isus, I mean, it sounds like Latin. It's Joshua. No, it's the name of Jesus can repel. It's like, shut the fuck up. Keep like his name was Atreyu. If you want, I'm gonna put it back to 33 seconds. I think it's funny. I know Kynes and Bear put it on extra slow mode, but 33 seconds makes me laugh every time. Because I'm just trying to make people spiral. Where it's like confirmed Freemason. His name is Jesus, okay? It wasn't Yahshua. His name in Aramaic was Yahshua, not Jesus. The letter J didn't exist yet, and Jesus is Latin. It's a pervert. Yahshua, it makes Jesus too Jewish. It's not. You are a heretic. You are a heretic. Do you think I want anything to do with that? That sounds like two masturbating chickens trying to rape each other. I miss your Instagram? Yeah, me too. That one hurt a little. That one hurt a bit. But at Owen Comedy is Kynes and Bear, and he uploads for me. I can't read that fast. All right. Merry Christmas, Owen, Amy, Walter, Charlie, and Baby. I wanted to write to you to thank you for the ladles and laughs. I like you, I'm a 40-year-old father of two who lost a career and had to rebuild myself. However, God's allowed me to crumble upwards while I have been sober, truth-seeking, and crushing for the past 3 years, including the super chat and a photo. The photo is a picture of Elon Musk smoking mutant weed. What is that? Second. In the ISS, we're simultaneously observing a cisgender T-Rex being sodomized by hang on a second, let me find this. This is the photo I was sent. Okay, so this is Elon Musk sodomy dinosaur. Very funny. What's that? Is that an egg? Is that duck egg? It's like in the grass. Right. I'll be done streaming in like 10. Alright. Good to see you. The photos and picture, alright. Gender fluid T-Rex in the Sea of Tranquility. This confirms space and has Mr. Fake and gay. God bless you and your family and all the bears. Bacon Bear, P.S. Never stop. I'm not going to stop, Bacon Bear. I appreciate you, buddy. Next up, what we got here? Name excuses, I know because he mows my lawn. Pretty funny, Pro. Hey, well, can you grab me a little more coffee with goat milk, you guys, please? Thank you. You have a good day? Good. Yeah, I think that maybe I gotta relocate again. Maybe I'll go back to the office because the chickens want to hang. There's a lot of chickens on the porch. He's probably not super pumped about my new audience. It's like, what's Owen Benjamin's audience like? Well, they shit on the floor. What? They're chickens. Workers, people, and Sadomsaurus Rex, Sodomysaurus Rex is pretty funny. What does the H stand for in Jesus H strikes? I don't know. I don't. That's not where I am. If you guys want to talk about that, it's fine. You won't be banned for talking like that. But it ruins a good conversation. The G of Freemasonry is Gnosticism, so I've heard. I've heard all kinds of stuff. They're not very open people. You know, they kind of make you have to figure it out yourself, and I'm starting to find it quite gay. I think low-level Freemasons are just good guys, like wanting to hang out, have beers, have a fraternity, and then the more higher up you go, the more it's like, oh, are you willing to go ahead, stab a duck for no reason? Like what? Nothing. Stay at level 15. Dear Big Bear, I'm a 35-year-old follower of Christ, husband, father, and crusher. Our daughter is 8 years old, and we're trying for number 2, thanks to you. Been listening since you hosted for Sweaty Meatball Alex Jones. Totally glued to your stream since you quit drinking. I woke up to the Globe Live 4 years ago. Quit drinking 3 years ago. It's been more than an honor watching you work through these things. Thank you, love. You good? I'll clean that up. I'll stop screaming out here because the chickens do like become my audience. I was just joking with the Bears. I was like, what's Owen's audience like? It's like, they're good. I mean, they do shit on the floor. It's like, what? It's like, they're chickens. All right. Thank you for showing us the rabbit hole goes deeper. Quick taste of gravy. I think all the space programs across the earth are probably building rockets and weapons to fight against the army of the Lord, Revelation 19:19. That's some tasty gravy. 5,000 viewing. Yeah, and that's really high given that most people watch it at unauthorized.tv, BigShoot.com/Owen Benjamin Comedy. Why didn't they laugh on iTunes, Podbean, wherever you get your podcasts? And Owen Benjamin Bear Cave has been uploading full episodes, so has not False Witness Bear or Oil Bear. I can't remember, but just watch it wherever's the most convenient for you. But a lot of people like to watch it live so they can talk to each other. That's why I put it. We kind of put it back to 120 mode. Well, we're gonna put it back to 33, and then we'll see what happens again. Maybe he has a reason.
Okay, Ram. I'll move the
But,
accord because that one's.
Why is it 120 slow mode again? Oh, it's false witness there. That's settings. Yeah, I can't change it. Paddington. Let's try it one more time. 33 seconds. Possibly there. I'm not on Benjamin Beach. Awesome. Not all that stuff. I don't care when we watch it. Click the have to do it 3 times. It's truly whatever's the most convenient for you. It's like when you have a YouTube system and you like to do it and watch it. There you go. Maybe that. Unauthorized is a lot of people say this is getting watched on YouTube on the TV or on the app. The unauthorized app is a good area. Great. I think you get just whatever's convenient for you. If you subscribe to Unauthorized TV, if you want to support the channel, we're glad for my data. PO Box 727, Big Money, Washington, 1965. Think about it. Think about how much money it costs to go to a football game and doing that stuff. And I do this every day, and I'm more on the team and watching Aaron Rodgers and this one it can't be using all of these ways to advance rocket technology. Well, this is the thing I was listening to about Martin King. He thinks it's an education. It makes more sense to me than just. You know, to make, I'll do a better screen on this. This is really good. You have a magnetic field around our realm with the ice wall, and then you have more and more and more. So you aggregate everything, right? And you have that's where like Middle Earth comes from in different realms, and different planetary collected objects starting in different concentric circles around the center. I don't listen when people start making like crazy jumps between my religion, which is Christianity, and their theories. Like, I don't think even if you know Paul, for example, I believe the Bible. That being said, a lot of these people have incredible insight into reality. And so, as long as someone isn't a liar, or they aren't serving an agenda, or they aren't doing it for money, or they aren't terrified humiliation, there's so much value in mythology, origin stories. You know, some of these people thinking outside the box, and like So, that makes more sense to me than just rather than more. And that's why extraterrestrial means people from other lands, hidden lands. And so when people talk about breaking through the Van Allen belt, I think what they're referring to is a magnetic barrier. They can't get through. And Apollo, that's what I think the eating thing is going on. I don't know, and there's absolutely no way for me to know. Yeah, but see, this is that doesn't work. So the firmament could be explained by a scientist who isn't doing nothing as electromagnetic. What does it say it isn't firmament? It's just saying like every reading below heaven and earth is below. Right, so these are conversations that you can't have with other dynamic people. They're like, la, 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 la. It's like the Bible, for all its truth and wisdom, is one book. It's like to be able to function in God's creation in reality, there's so much to learn. And learning isn't salvation. Salvation is salvation. Once you're here, you might as well. I was talking to my buddy last night. He's a really successful swimmer and trainer in Los Angeles. And I'm talking about the moon. I think the moon is magnetic. Now, first, I'm like, did you know that's real? Because 100 years ago, the first game was the Chiefs against the Packers outside. So it's the Chiefs against the Packers. Are we rigging into the script? And he just realized, who cares? And he trained some of these guys, you know? And so then I'm like, who cares? I mean, right? And that's why I started talking about like, how the moon's magnetic and the sun's electric and stuff inside. But it's not interesting at all. I'm like, what's so interesting about like taking like an old green gas? And he's just dying out and he knows it out. Because he's known for like getting people to get like really crazy asses and abs. Like really rich people in LA. We were paying him like $500 an hour, like and I'm like, what is it about like a huge lady guy? It's like kicks out that in the world. I gotta figure that out. And he's laughing, and I'm like, that's how I am about the music, where we are. You know, I started telling him stuff about like his life. And I'm like, this isn't scary when you know nuclear bombs out here. And I said something else, and he's just not into anything. Like he's a very smart, very big guy. And it's like I don't care about any of that stuff. I suck. You know, he's like, I'm expanding, he's expanding business, his freedom, his knowledge, his like, I don't think about these things. And I'm like, okay. So once you get like your last big ass shape, and you're paid with blood money because your grandfather is at his head. Then when you look up at the moon, you're like, what is that? My theory about the NFL being rigged by the NFL. So my point being is that these things I find extremely interesting. Once I was out of the rat race, because I'm out. Everyone in that world knows I'm out. It's like, I used to come back to LA, and I really fighting me, like, after you pay me, because it looks like, it's shifting and getting more accurate. I'm like, dude, I'm out. I'm looking at the sky and the ground and thinking about shit. Every night to go barefoot. Because the rubber soles, the Beatles saying, like, separate me from he's like, and we're just laughing. We're having such a good conversation because he's not in the illusions of Satan, but he's also not like out. So I'm like, I could never get up in the morning and be like, I really hope that Irene's ass is looking more shapely today. And there's no amount of money that could get me to care at all about Irene and Irene's asses. They're like, whether or not they're happy with them. I want to know what the fuck the moon is, what the sun is. What is the test? Like, what does God want from me? And we're just really enjoying each other. This is my opinion on whether or not the NFL is rigged. I think it's rigged in a sense because the refs are Freemasons. You know that? They're literally wearing black and white checkerboard striped shirts. They're wearing black-white duality shirts. They're basically saying we are in control of the rules. It's not evil, good, bad. It just is. It is. You know, the black and white checkerboard is the calling card of the Freemason, and the Freemason isn't necessarily bad.
Who's that? Right?
You know, there's a wide range of people, just like the American isn't necessarily bad. It's all whatever. So the refs, every single play, there's 10 penalties. Every play.
So he doesn't want.
Calling penalties and not calling penalties is how they rig games, but they still can't quite do it. They still, they still can't like completely change the outcome of a game if the team just plays really, really good. They issue cryptic hand signs, right? Yeah. I mean, they're literally black and white striped people. I think they wanted Packers Chiefs. That's my opinion. Same with NASCAR. Yeah, the black and white striped flag. It's right there. Even a baseball diamond is shaped like a Gnostic Freemason square cone. Yes, that doesn't mean it's not real. It doesn't mean that Freemasons are always trying to make everything suck. It's basically them saying, like, we're in control of it. And that's okay. Sports are very good for men. Very good for men. All right, Freemasons were killed off and replaced them with the Ashkenazi replacement of Semitic Jews and results. It all starts with the human soul. You can't say, like, it's all been killed off. You can say, like, there's corruption, and it ends with any individual that refuses it. That's it. You know, it's like, you can just start, it's all based on the morality of the people involved. You can reclaim institutions and you can lose institutions based on the morality of the people involved. Every task is literally you and God, just you. There is no like, well, we really need this. It's just you. You'll be faced with a lot of challenges in your life and tasks, and it's up to you to pass those steps. That's all you have control over. Boxing got jack shit to do with crap. Okay, yeah, the storyline between Kansas City Packers would have been so good. Right, because right after 9/11, who won? The Patriots. And they weren't even that good at the time. So obviously, there's strict elements to it, but in the end, God is in control of all of it. Let them have it in the world, not of it. I'm starting to realize that humans can't even change the script, even if they try. Oh, when you're a father, what do you want from your children? Nothing specifically. Health, purpose, happiness. I want to give them a better life than I had, and that's about it. And Roger definitely watches the stream. He still owns Saints all the time. Yeah, he's a bear, I think. I don't know. Well, there's tons. There's tons that you would have no idea some of the people that watch the stream. Well, why don't you tell us? Because then you'll harass them. Like, do you not understand the nature of the gamma male yet? You'd be blown away if you knew some of the people that watch. That's why I'll show, you know, Closet Bear Confirmed, and it's kind of tongue-in-cheek, but it's also kind of true. Like when you see Trump or Tucker Carlson or PewDiePie people saying like word for word phrases that we invented. It's not a confirmation, but it's like, hey, look, PewDiePie just said banned for life for the first time in his entire career. How dang. Hey, look, Tucker Carlson just said unauthorized thoughts. Oh, okay. This is how information is propagated. It's like you have the surface level for the retards, and you can stop being a retard anytime. By the way, you're not born in it isn't something that you can't get out of. Well, you have surface retards like Neil and Buzz Armstrong landed on the moon and they walked around, and then you have the next level where they're like, well, what are they telling us? Like, what are the secret? What's the code? And then you have the third level, which is the truth, which is God. It isn't not the confirmation either. I bet I got a little bit. Dude, it's really lonely for a lot of famous and successful people to listen to regurgitated lies all day. Why wouldn't they listen to this? Like, just think. I'm not saying he's a man. I'm not saying that. But let's say you're talking about an intelligent guy from the weak bloodline, and you're mostly a good guy, and you're a family guy, and you're a father, and you walk across the country. And Fox has said you can't say certain things, and certainly you are because why wouldn't you watch this? And just be like, yeah, that's what you do. Like when I was in Hollywood, I would secretly sometimes listen to like the TV. And be like, yeah, and towards the end there, I would like secretly start listening to like, yeah, like thanks to TV, like to the God. Like, and then you just keep going. And that's the thing. The question is like, you stop and you keep going. And God says, keep going. God says, you are, and I see it all the time. God's message is like, you don't get to stop. Like, I'm going to give you a path, and you have to protect it. And the more you do it, the better you like it. You're surrounded by excellent chickens, family, beauty, and fun. Like, it doesn't go badly for you. And again, like, I'm saying, I think God will remind me of the same thing. Yeah, I think God will say, all right. Let's go from they're building something, and I have a secret suspicion that it's not the government of the union. I think they're trying to get out of this win. I think that what they're saying is kind of true and totally false at the same time. Like, I think they understand what this ring is and they're trying to get through it. And I think it only opens once every 6,000 years. I can't prove that's just what I think right now. I haven't really honed this information very much yet. But I agree. I don't think it's to make weapons of war. I think anybody that really understands war knows that the entire war is about morale. It's about spirit. It has nothing to do with bombs. Like, just dropping bombs on a place doesn't really do as much as you think it does. It's about the soul of man. Like, the Palestinians are not losing. In fact, it's honing and strengthening them in a lot of ways. And the more that you'll see an image of like a Palestinian holding on to like a 500-year-old tree that his ancestor planted as he's being shot by like elite, SWAT snipers, the world mourns. And that changes the consciousness. The chicken kind of laughed like, open doors to Aldebaran. I know what that means, baby. I'm a plumber and don't tell customers we never went to space and the earth could be flat. Yeah, don't tell customers. Just be funny about it. You also don't have to lie. Bob said something funny about like when people are like, no, shut up, you feel worse. He's like, how dare you? Blasphemy. That's the emperor. And you have to, at that point, they either laugh it off or they spiral even more and they make themselves look retarded. You need to make Israel Palestine again, t-shirt idea. Yeah, but that's too political. I'm staying away from that because even the concept of countries themselves are constructs. So it's like, I'm not agreeing with Charlie Kirk. What he's saying about America is just an idea. No. Nations are blood, people, all that. When you start drawing lines and they're not based on anything in reality, that's when you can run into some problems. Okay, let me finish this. All right. Quick joke premise. I want to bring my dog into a Starbucks and let a pink-haired tranny try and kick me out. I'd be like, how dare you? This is my friend Gary. He identifies as a dog and he's sensitive about, he's having a really hard time because he's going from female human to male dog. We love you, brother. My wife wants to be Origin Bear. Great name. Welcome, Origin Bear. I will be Stump Grinder Bear. Yes, I cut trees, grind stumps, and fucking crush. Welcome, Stump Grinder Bear. Dude, stump grinding is an extremely valuable skill. Good for you. Oh, I'm going to plug www.allstumps.us. So much to say, but I want to keep it short. Thanks again for everything. Super Chat is in the Christmas card. Subscriber to unauthorized.tv. Never stop. P.S. or Gary the dog identifies as a human. Love it, dude. Tree work, it's very dangerous, but if you get the skills and you're good at being safe and everything, that's a job that ain't going anywhere. And there's not enough tree guys. Trees just keep growing, and they cause a lot of problems for homeowners. And if you can do it, if you understand the skill, this stump grinding is huge. There's so many opportunities for your own businesses out there. Like one of my buddies in LA was named Vahe Papazian, super Armenian, great dude. He would be real forgetful and stuff, but he just had this like little van, and he bought a couple like red cameras and like just some equipment. He just started renting out his equipment, and he would just like be pretty forgetful. But he was a DP, but real happy-go-lucky guy as far as Armenians go, which isn't really that happy-go-lucky, but he was doing so well by the end, and I found him off Craigslist. It wasn't Craigslist then, I don't think, but he had like 2 cameras for rent when we first started working together, and then I had him shoot like everything I ever did, so I employed him all the time. But by the end, he's like, he was making so much money, it was like preposterous. He still had his old van, and there's so many opportunities if you just aren't a victim. And that's one reason why Armenians crush so hard. You know, I used to joke that, like, what do Armenians do? Do they professionally count money outside of a coffee bean? Reading on a Porsche? They're not victims. That's why I can make fun of Armenians looking like werewolves and they don't care. They're like, yeah. It's like because they weren't victimized by the Armenian Holocaust, and the media hasn't used it as a weapon for 100 years like another group, they feel almost like it hasn't been acknowledged, and that these people, you know, it's a different mentality. They aren't cursed like a lot of hats are. Armenians know how to count money. They do. Because they're not victims. Like the Armenian mentality is not like, ooh, how dare you? I want to know more about the Armenian Mafia in LA. I can't find any books on it. Dude, they control a lot. You go through a lot of phases when you first uncover the hats, the small hats. First, you think they run everything because you're not allowed to make fun of them, and like they're like, eh. And then you see banking and all this, and then you have another wave where you're like, oh, they don't really control that much because they require actual men to do stuff all the time. And like, for example, the Armenians and the Koreans in LA would absolutely survive anything better than the hats. Way more. The hats, here's another thing. There's one reason why I'm not like, oh, Freemasonry is the root of evil and stuff like that. You wouldn't know about it if it was. I think that like the more you know about some of this stuff, like if you look at Jews or something, they can't really be that scary if you know about it. No, that's Kefir is a daily drink. Kefir beer. I'm fascinated with the Armenians in LA. Obsessed a little. Well, they have very tight families. They work very hard. They have their food. They have little Armenia. They understand nation better than a lot of Americans do, obviously. Where they know it's about blood. They know it's about their people. And if you're strong and if you work hard and if you tell the truth and stuff, they'll like you. Like Armenians like me. Dude, Albanians like me because of my vibe. But they don't like a lot of people. Like they don't like cucks, or they don't like liars. They don't like people that don't stand up for themselves because they have no use. Like if you're a man, these people are like, if you are a man, then it's like, oh my God, how dare you say that word? They're like, well, hello, Owen. I'm very funny, not at first. You have to get to know me. So I probably won't be funny here. Pretty sure my IQ is 130. I can't spell well. And I know what you mean when you say having a high IQ is like being around people who are drunk. It could be why I like to stay inside and just build things instead of being around many people. I think I'm a Delta, and I claim the title of engineer because I think of things I can make them, and then they work. Anyway, I made you a clock because I thought it was hilarious. My first live stream was to show some bears my clock idea. I was inspired to make it during one of your September streams. I live streamed the machining of this clock because I didn't know what else to stream. But I know I wanted to live stream something. I currently work in retail and have been for 15 years. I don't like it nearly as much as making things. A part of me wants to sell trinkets on the internet, but a bigger part of me I thought it was like a bigger part of me just wants to be gay. But a bigger part of me wants to build things that are functional and have a good purpose. It was nice to see Amy's idea for easier chicken fertilizer collection. I like building things like you more than artful trinkets. That being said, if you or any of the bears want functional products designed or artistic trinkets full of logos made, I would like to make people's good ideas manifest. I can make things out of wood, resins, plastics, rubbers, concrete, low melt metals like lead or tin, and others. You can stop by my DLive channel to contact me, dlive.tv/JesterBear, JesterBear. Hope I didn't take the name from an already verified Jester Bear. May I be verified as Jester Bear or Engineer Bear. Welcome, Jester Bear. I believe you are the Jester Bear that's always in here, right? Well, I have to finish polishing the concrete I made. Keep up the truth telling, take care, and keep crushing. Thank you, Jester Bear. Let's take a look at your clock. I have an idea for you, my friend. I think I know what I want you to make. Oh, this is great. Oh, what's next? Anything? Okay, look at this clock. Okay, so you have the gravel. So what time is it? It's time to freely associate, creating currency, questioning gravelers. Oh, it's time to have children. It's time to be tall, avoiding compound interest. It's time to grow food, being sober, avoiding pornos, saying no, and telling the truth. This is genius because it's positive. That's what I love about this. It obviously is making fun of gravelers. But it's like, what time is it? It's time to be sober. And then you have the gravelers are sweating. See the sweaty gravelers? Because the graveler isn't just Jews, guys. I mean, this graveler is Jewish because he has a small hat. But with this is hysterical. Beautiful clock, it's functional. Is that really the time? Oh. Actually, no. It's close, oddly. I want you to figure out how to geopolymer giant columns like they did in Rome. That's what I want out of you, Jester Bear. Okay, figure out how these geopolymers work, where they make how. I want you to figure out how to make limestone. I don't know how else to put it. Let's continue. Really get into it. Like how did? Because the thing is they didn't quarry these giant things. Like when you look at Tartarian architecture stuff, like that wasn't quarried. Like they didn't get a 50-ton giant rock that they made like a column. That's why people all think it's impossible, right? They clearly had casts that they would make, that they would pour something in it to make it limestone. Your mission, should you accept it, is to figure out how the fuck they did that. All right, gravel battle. Oh, thank you. Open that after, I'm not that. Gravel. Shaping stone like at Axel Duty. What is Greek fire? There we go. Hand drawn bears got some questions. What is Greek fire? See, one of the mysteries of life is architecture right now. That's why everything's. Would you like to know how fucked we are with how we build things right now? Okay, I have a house that I rent out in the Adirondack Mountains. The pipes froze. We had some expenses, but way less than I thought it was going to be. But every single house in the Adirondack Mountains, every one, if there wasn't someone constantly heating it all winter, what would happen is the pipes would freeze, it would burst, and then water would flood the house. What would happen then? Water would freeze and thaw, freeze and thaw. I would say within 3 or 4 years, the house would be gone. It would fall over. Within 10 or 20 years, you wouldn't even see a house. Like the fragility of wood and extreme cold. I'm talking negative 20. Like, you know, if it gets like 30 in the winter, your pipes aren't going to freeze. But every single house there, if there isn't either a full winterization or constant heat, I'm talking at least 70, they're gone. So this cookie cutter type existence of just wood and plastic would last like 20 years until there is no proof that humans ever lived there. And that's why when you look at these old structures, they last because they had the technology that builders no longer use. That technology is geopolymers in cast to create limestone. So that's something to really think about. Stone is very important, and to quarry stone on that level is impossible. Oh, how dare you? It just is. That's why it appears so magnificent and so impossible. Policy or defeat. Thank you. Let me read this. Is because you can't. Like, you couldn't carry a 50-ton thing, but what you could do is basically have this something like concrete. Except concrete, the longer it goes, the more it cracks. There is a type of geopolymer that the longer it exists, the stronger it gets. Figure it out. Make sure you have rental insurance for owners. I mean, the area, the plus is it's awesome in the Adirondacks. The minus is it's like people work for beer and friendship. It's not like, insurance is like, I don't even know if there's a road in the winter to have someone come out. Roman concrete is really durable stuff. I think they use crushed seashells and other stuff. I have no idea. That's why I'm challenging Justin. This time, man. Oh, and as always, I love watching it all grow. And last letter, I jumped the gun a bit about slap legal. I'm not getting into drama, guys. I like slap legal. But I'm glad you have the humility to admit when you're on or abandoned. Yes, I do. I was wrong about banning slap legal. I'm back. The last thing I want to do is talk about it. It shows you to be like the bigger man. Plus, all right. Anyway, enclosed are more baby booties for your third bear cup. Thank you. And a bit of Tulsi tea as a joke. Obviously, no, it's a little soon to be killing. The smell's good. Kindling, the smells good. But I thought the chocolate would be worth an extra 58 cents to send you. That's what I now see this is a joke. I don't see it. Also, on YouTube, there's a playlist titled Ron Benjamin Gravy on the You Think It, I Say It channel. It's a clip mix of you and Mountain Bear, the irony being, since December 3rd banishment from YouTube, there's still 2+ hours per day being uploaded of Owen Benjamin clips, now counting playlists. It's hilarious to make construction and really not too public. Yeah, man, and I encourage it. Like, you can't really ban anyone. They can ban my views, but that's all vanity. You know, it's like, what was that one line? It was like, vanity, all together. You know, I had 100 million views. I'd have stand-up clips of 2.5 million views on. It's like, the fact it's all gone doesn't mean anything if you realize that you're not the views. We last, and we last with people that seek it out and they want to see it, which are the best people out there. You know, I launched some consumer bears, but that's fine. Some bears that were just, like, no, this is easy. I like this guy. Oh, he's gone. I'm going to go back and watch some Joe Rogan. Well, what we have now these days, which is really cool, is a group of people that, that's why people call me a cult leader. Oh, you're a cult leader. No, it's a quality of stream, and it's a flow of gravy and honesty that you're not going to find anywhere else until we have loyalty. Ecclesiastes? Oh, sweet. Consumer bears. Consumer bears. It's like, oh, quick, man, this guy's pretty funny. And then if I get banned, but I warn everybody, I'm like, I'm going to be banned. So find me at dmods.tv or whatever, or unauthorized.tv. They're like, I'm about to whack up. Devil's advocate, get them a ban at the end. Right. Owen and family. You radiate kindness and bring happiness to so many people, especially me. I'm so happy that you sent me a Christmas card. By the way, Owen, I am a 75-year-old guy who said hello to you at the Starbucks in Sandpoint. No way, that's you. That's awesome, man. You are tremendous. You are tremendous.
That's good. No, you can't be the.
By more people than you are treasured by more people than you can imagine. Damn. Thank you, brother. That's very, thank you. The Sandpoint show in Idaho is a blast. I made fun of the gay mayor, full-blown homo. He bought like 30, the Sandpoint mayor bought like 30, literally, like $34,000 smart garbage cans. And you just see all these base Idahoans just like, ugh, he's such a homo. But yet it slowly creeps in unless you have a guy saying, that guy's a homo. Your Big Bear, hope all is well and closes a little something for you, Amy and family. Thank you for taking time out of your day to make your streams. I look forward to them every day. So do I, by the way. Since they are chock full of woke knowledge, gravy, because of you, I also listen to Vox Day and E. Michael Jones, both legends. We've also read their books. Vox Day's recent corporate cancer was excellent. Again, thank you for all that you do. Sincerely, Candy. Yes, please would you verify me as Swedish Candy Bear? Welcome, Swedish Candy Bear. Oh, well, good stuff. Love it. Wow.
That might not hurt.
Make my own ladle. Well, I got an idea. Jester Bear, make me a custom ladle. Got some good shirts. Oh, nice hat. Candy. Three more. That'll be. Standpoint there is a type. That's less important than the homo. No, how dare you? You know Kike is in a circle, right? So many people have been so tricked and lied to for so long, they don't even know what's up or down. It's kind of insane. Oh, another voice card. Hope this Christmas is your merriest one yet. Merry Christmas to you and your family, Big Bear. I also want to say congrats on child number 3 on the way. And I hope the Lowe's gift card serves you well for your next project. U.S. Structure Awesome, Ford Bear. Thank you, Ford Bear.
Maybe it's the subject we're talking about. Maybe.
The enemy isn't just Jews, though. I know we joke a lot, but I just have to reinforce that. It's the inversion. It's the celebration of upside down. Which happens to be full of a lot. Oh, another Lowe's card. Hilarious. You're awesome, Big Bear. Much love to you and your beautiful family. Persimmon Bear, thank you very much. Paul Evian Air. Sent to P.O. Box 727, Gig Harbor, Washington, 98335. United States of America. Thanks for adding America, by the way. I was from New Zealand. When people just write United States, I'm always like, oh.
That's why.
It's interesting. I want to suggest I work on columns because I think about making them all the time. I've thought of a few methods. Awesome, Justin Bear. Also, custom ladle.
So do you think you do everything perfect though? I never said I did everything.
And you don't have to do a big column, little column, but just figure out how they did it. Like, how did they make limestone?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We all are. Everybody.
You're Big Bear. I owe you a big, thanks for your great ongoing example. It is very beneficial to me. Thanks also for the hilarity, the lived out truth, and the wizard slaying. Following your example, I immediately broke a spell that an SJW Gamma tried to bring to our table a few days ago. He tried to casually introduce a vague pendulum time history theory to describe a societal swing between two poles of closed authority control and open, relaxed freedom. This junk theory is not a new idea. A certain meth head psychologist has often claimed something similar. Yeah, it's dark. Anyway, I sensed the purpose of the spell was twofold. First, to demoralize me by imagining the weight of historical inevitability. Yes, that's exactly what he's doing. Good work. Good work, he's doing. It's all about demoralization, all of it. All of it. They make limestone by feeding microbes to eat and shit stone? Allegedly. Obviously, they didn't make these Roman columns with microbes to feed and shit. Maybe, but I don't know. Put the limestone in the coconut, yeah. It's about demoralizing. It's about saying what's coming is inevitable. It's not. God's script is inevitable, but none of this shit is
Say
that.
that I'm gonna be judging him or whatever. What if they're bringing back Christmas?
Unless they're talking about the inevitability of prophecy and stuff, what they're saying is totally garbage. Alright, second, the how dare yous of this world switch their rhetorical mode and become nakedly authoritarian in their administration of regulatory powers that they're trying to wield. Of course, they can't succeed. I just really thought it was interesting that they feel secure enough in their institutional control right now. They feel ready to switch their rhetorical move. We need to prepare us for the switch by using the drunk stuff. They're not doing very well, guys. Anyway, I called the periodic junk, said that we won't let it work. The junkers doing no trashing us. No one at our table suffered any harm. Oh God, make all the food. Yeah. Like owners of America, the check we did not earn, the check that will cripple us because we don't learn how to work. When the architects of our republic wrote the magnificent words of the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, they were singing a promissory note to which every American was to fall heir. Although when they said it, they didn't even think it was possible that people would include the Vikings. This note was a promise that all men, yes, black men as well as white men, would be guaranteed the unalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And nothing makes a black man happier than to steal another man's life. It is obvious to me that America has defaulted on this promissory note insofar as her citizens of color are concerned. Although when it was written, blacks were literally slaves. Instead of honoring the sacred obligation, America has given the Negro people a bad check. A check that cannot be passed if it's check passing little venues and the prayer of a check you can send back will have to lose their you know, more of their life. They will be given restlessness, and given equal counsel his citizenship right. That's what we do in the moral set. We are usually threatening to die and burn stuff that we don't give up the right to one another. The world is embracing continues to keep the foundation of nations until the bright days of justice and mind. This stress isn't even there. We want to know. And that is something that I must raise to my people. It's training number one. It's reason to the battle for justice. And the process of you gotta bring back to normal reality. There are those who are asking to be obedient to the last day, and you can satisfy them. You will never be satisfied as long as someone has a fight that you cannot. You will the victim of the unscrewed to the hell of the police brutality. You simply are trying to enforce the law. You are trying to free your police. And if you want to defend the right, you will come down here and tear up the town. You will not be satisfied. There is a huge damage to that law, to the motels, to the highways, to the hotels, to the freedom. And keeping you in those millions will not have the right to be able to do that. You will be a basic. And you will be that guy in silence because you got the right and you don't care about any of the stuff that's happening right now. You cannot be satisfied with what you do. I have a dream that my children and children will one day live in nations that will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of the spirit. I have a dream today. I have a dream that one day my life it would please His gracious Christ and to keep the lifestyle. It would tell them I have a dream. I want you to know that no dreams that I'm telling you to do. It's for me. One day right there now, I'm going to go back and say, I see this from other people. That's me today. I have a dream. One day that I will start something back there. And the dream is mountains that you will know in the point of action mountain. And much more than a rock down than I will now be a young guy to the down back down the things that I'm down today. We got places where we can train and the people places where we can fight. And the world is an old. Even though I'm not specifying which world, but we do and all of that. We will I hope this is the place that I go back to the South Coast. With this place, you know I will go back to the South for those separations. I have lived in the people in the streets in the places where nothing on the inside. And all that. Give us patience to be able to do that. So many steps. abandon the middle about discrimination that has to do with family and bloodline and homosexual white people. So that's freedom free in the fucking hilltops in New Hampshire that I've never been to.
Where'd you have this plugged in at? Right here?
That's freedom free in the Mighty Mountains of New York, which I rarely go to because I don't like cold weather. That's freedom free from the hiking Alleghenies of Pennsylvania. I have not gone there, the Amish Louisiana. That's freedom free from the Snow Camp Rockies of Colorado that I've never been to because there's not a lot of origin happening there.
I didn't go around searching
That's
for
freedom free from the
senses.
delicious slopes of California, which I have a lot of, you know what I mean?
All I
Not
can
only
do
that,
is
that's
look
freedom free from the Stone Mountain of Georgia. That's freedom free from Lookout Mountain of
That's
Tennessee.
not a sign. I don't know what it is.
There's freedom free from every deer in Molehill, Mississippi, from every mountainside. That's freedom free. I want to beat off everywhere I'm saying it's on purpose. When we allow people to breathe, we will let it breathe in every city and every hamlet, every state and every city will have an ADL, let it go to the check, that's a breathe. We'll be able to see
Just like I when you last
all of God's children, black men and white men, Jews and Gentiles. I had to put that in there together one day. Protestants and Catholics, even though the fundamental differences they don't, we'll be able to join hands and sing the words of the old Negro spiritual. The old nigga spiritual.
Yeah, yeah. I remember.
So,
He had a new job. The manager. He's the manager. He gets paid like.
Marcus Wayne, 6 years after his assassination. One of the King Beers assassination. King was in Memphis. Alberta King was shot and killed on June 30th at age 69 by Marcus Wayne, 23-year-old black man from Ohio, who adopted an extremist version of the theology of the Black Hebrew Israelites. Reverend Jesse Jackson, Chicago, Jesse Jackson, the cancer point last minute. So he lived a tragic. You know, and so the same thing is going on. There's Jesus Bible camp.
I have no idea. It's in the back of the Nissan, they just crap. Just in the trunk of it. That's very nice. Yeah, this is, I'm just waiting on. It already sold everything. Cool. Huh? Yeah, I have clean rags. You're welcome. Christmas. We were just blessed. What's that? We were just blessed with the Jimmy's Pizza.
Look at that. Oh, pizza. Brand new Jimmy pizza right there. Freshly cooked, ready to go. Let me. Pepperoni. Wipe this down or what? Just kind of. What we'll do next, we're going to do it here next. And then I'll help you do the press another card. How late do you want to stay today? Doesn't matter. You're fine with staying. Yeah, for what? And then you can also work on Monday. Awesome. If you want, it'll probably start to get more regular, so you can at least work a couple days a week. And then I'll get paid cash. Seeing like $6 an hour. 7 minutes. 7. I don't know if it's anything on. 6.1. One in 4 people today have herpes. 1 in 4 in America have herpes. Oh, they came out with the vaccine. Yeah, that's not true. It's not true. Breaking news. There's no way that's true. Yeah. I don't believe it. They came out with a vaccine for AIDS. For AIDS and herpes. And herpes. No. Like hepatitis A or something. Here it is. There's something. I'm sure there's something to try and stuff. I'll buy it. Oh yeah, that looks nice. What you get? You'll put a couple air pressure. Yeah. Doesn't matter what kind. Do the April Fresh one. I like the cinnamon for when it smells like a cigarette.
April Fresh? I see Clean Car.
Clean Car.
Okay.
Clean Fresh, whatever that is. Usually it's April Fresh that I get. Sometimes
it's she went to go she ordered it and that girl did.
That's not the girl that bought it. The other girl bought it. I keep like walking back the cars that she did. But she said I ordered it and I went and got it. I said, yeah. She said, I said, did you watch any of those cars? No. Oh, we could do. So we'll do tires that go right. Inside the wheel we'll do. And then after you go through and you spray all the tires down with it, and go through with window cleaner. You do 1 square on each wheel, and lay on the wheel, and then wipe the whole thing down. Right? And it'll come out looking really nice. And then you just do that all. Because the silicone on this kind of coats it a little bit, and then the window cleaner kind of pulls all the smear away and makes it shine. There's more of that too in that blue bucket over there, and then for blue funnel too. I forget how many days have you worked over here before? Huh? 2 weeks.
Oh yeah, not even that. That was just this last summer, like 6 months ago.
Well, a little less than that. It was only 3 months ago.
Can't believe we got pizza. That's exciting.
Ever since I finished at parents' house, I haven't really been doing much. What do you guys usually do during the day? I don't know. She's so about for. I'm bring Pong outside. I'll bring the dog outside. Go play or it's shitty out. We'll hang outside. All sorts of
He has the indoor trampoline, indoor slide, all sorts of stuff like that. Plays all day. I play games with him and stuff. So I hang out with her. So she wakes up, and when she's up, then I try and do a few things around the house. We got a new oven and a new stove top and a new furnace and a dishwasher for the motorhome. So I've been busy with all that. Going right here. How is she around? Like when she does awake? When she gets up and at him, like what's she do?
Sitting on the phone or sitting on a game or watching YouTube. And the YouTube videos she watches are like immense shit, like I don't know the names of them, like constant stuff, like constant in Connecticut or whatever. Just
That stuff?
yeah, weird shit.
Do you know who the father is? Who's the father? Like the father?
I'm the father.
Not of your children. Not of your children. That's all I mean. All of our fathers. Okay, wait for it. Our father is God, right?
No,
Okay, so just think of it. Father is God. Our Jesus is our big brother. Our human father is we're from. He's a Peter. But at the time, he was supposed to be our father on earth. Right? Our father. Who are you talking about? Yeah. Our father. He didn't do all. He wasn't how he was supposed to be. And that you didn't stand back and you want to be taught. But if our father on earth isn't representative of the true father at all, he completely deviates from it, then we repel away from our heavenly father too. Because if our earthly father fails, why would our heavenly father? Right? That makes no sense. There's like in orders of life, and when things are out of order, then chaos happens for all. Like she's probably been living upside down for so long. And we've been upside down for so long. So it's just a clashing of
yeah, we knew we were upside down. She, on the other hand, I don't know shit.
I don't. But do you truly know that you were upside down? That you were living in upside down?
Not necessarily upside down, but yeah, I mean, I knew how that last time how it was supposed to be.
So then, I always look at it as like, it's a lot of it, there's this, have you ever, you don't read very often, do you? Nope. There's a book called Compound Effect. It's a really good one, but it basically just talks about making incremental changes, because nothing can be drastic. And just suddenly you make incremental changes, towards improving health, whatever it is that is, whether that's, just
that 1% increase. But then also relationships. Every relationship that we have is 100% on us. So if we could look at it as like, oh, they share equal part of the relationship, or you can take full responsibility for it, because like ultimately that we play all that stuff too, and if everyone's taking full responsibility, then we're not angry at each other. Everyone is in these fallen states because we've been raised on corruption and lies.
Like endless lies, think all the lies that the child. And then you get to be an adult, and you control all those lies, and you're almost okay with lies in some sense.
Yeah. Because, oh, well, everyone lies, so just like, yeah, let's just jump on board with everyone else. Yeah. That's what keeps everyone in a fallen state.
Well, one thing I didn't like what you said was about a partner. When I told you about a partner building, you're like, oh, what do you have? Sign on there saying break it in here or whatever. No, I said, how does that happen to your cars all the time? I wouldn't ask you that if that happened to you. What would you say? I would say, oh shit, how did that happen? I said, how did that happen? I said, how does that happen to you? Because they're all separate vehicles, so it doesn't make any sense. When your car got broken into at the river, did anybody ask you, hey, do you have a... Yeah, you not remember that? Your window got us out of the... I don't remember that stuff. If that stuff happened, I don't really care. It doesn't... It ultimately means... What I'm saying is, I didn't ask you, you have a NRA sticker on the back, you know?
Yeah.
No, you didn't. But that's how you choose to. You can't be mad at me for how I choose to. I'm mad at you. I said one thing I didn't like what you said was that I didn't say I was mad at you about it.
Would you have felt better if I said, oh, that sucks, I'm so sorry.
Well, you don't have to apologize for shit. But like, holy shit. That would have been a better reaction than we got to see. Huh? No.
Then I don't understand this. Okay, so this is what it sounds like. Sounds like transaction number one. Just it's does that make sense? Like, you said the wrong word. I still don't wish to be part of it. The next thing would be license plates. On this. Do you think it's normal that that happens to people so often? Like, yeah, that happens. So I was talking to Spirit, they said they have 3 successful break-ins a week. They block and deter over 7. Just at Providence alone. So yes, it does happen to random people all the time. And the only reason they weren't able to deter mine was because somebody was in there freaking out. So it took all the security guards inside trying to detain this one person. The whole time my car was getting broken into. Okay, but it happened, and then now what? Huh? It happened. But now what? What do you mean now what? That's been a few months. So why is this such a big mystery? The way that I get cut.
Because it makes you seem like you say that it's my fault. I said that's how it seems.
That's another thing that's very women. Women imply the reasons why you're saying. If I specifically said, it's your fault, you're so stupid, why do you do that? If I said that, then that's different than you saying, well, that's weird, that just seems to happen to you so often. Because in my world, all around me, I very rarely.
Because you don't get out in the real world.
Yes, I do.
No, you do not.
I'm living in the real world right now.
Which one do I use? The our mission is bigger or the 4-star?
The front one is our mission. What is the real world when you think of it? What does that mean?
Getting out of the countryside. Going. When was the last time you went to Seattle?
I don't go to that place.
Exactly.
That's where all the sodomites are, bro. How do I go there? I don't like sodomites. Why would I want to hang out with no sodomites? It's okay. Okay. That's a little butt fucker. Okay. It's also called sodomite. That's where their leader is. If they don't have a leader, it's Homo and Hilda. That live in Seattle, okay? Homo and Hilda. That's your area. I'm just saying, you have to get Seattle. What I'm saying is, it doesn't happen to you because you don't have to go to these places. I have to go to these places. You went to the hospital because you don't go. Your doctor told you it's coming off and you're starting to sleep. Yeah, fair enough. I'm not thinking you don't know this. I didn't say that either. No, what you said was, it doesn't happen to me. Yeah, that's why it doesn't happen to me. I know. I understand that. You go to that hospital, you go to Stanford or something, all right? Why are you thinking over there? What is more interesting than this? What is the moon? That's more interesting than this. What is the moon up there in the sky? You don't know. It's why do you always see the same side of it? I thought you said the Amish one was one of the skills like that. You said the Amish one was that. Usually I do it that way, but I don't know. I didn't even remember that I said that. I wasn't even thinking about anything to do with that. That was the reason you said it. Why did you say it? Why did you do that? Because I didn't think about it. And then I said that either. That was that thought. That's not you. That's the thing that's inside you that's directing your thoughts. It sounds like you. I have the same thing in my head. It's a little voice that talks to me. It tells me, oh, you cracked your tear off, so you did this. You did this, you did that. Or, oh, you're terrible, you're a piece of shit, you did this, you did that, right? It's that little voice that you think is you that's making you think about past stuff that doesn't really matter. That's the deceiver. And so, like, even in that moment, let's say Monica said something wrong to you, and then 30 minutes later, might you bring it up and be like, hey, I said, you know what I mean? If it's over with, if it's past, why keep bringing it up?
Because if I don't say anything, then it's going to be said again next time.
But I'm going to say it again anyways. I'm not going to change the way that I speak.
There's no point on saying that, though. That's what I'm getting at.
I'm not.
Well, I wonder how come that happened.
There's no.
I don't know.
There's no point in me just saying, "Oh, poor baby. I'm sorry that happened to you." That doesn't do anything for either one of us. Either. So this is the alternative. I just say nothing, or I say it the way that I feel like I have to say it. I'm not rethinking about it anytime I say these things. It's something that is right there in the moment, honest thing that I'm thinking at that time, and that's how I try to be. That's how I'm always going to talk. I'm going to try and speak very honestly and not try and sit and rethink about what I'm about to say. Or like, oh, I'm going to talk to Chris for a day, so I really want to talk to him, about this topic. Like it's just whatever.
We have to think about what we say, otherwise you're just talking anything else.
No, that's not true.
It is.
You
don't have, you sit and think about every single word you said? Not everything, but 90% of the time that I'm not thinking about what I say, I'm talking out of my ass. And you are, but that's not necessarily, that's what you're doing. But I'm speaking truth, I'm not just speaking random nonsense. What I'm saying here is not, it's not lies I'm telling you. I'm not, I literally say the same stuff to most people. Because most people have these same issues. And we're all on this roller coaster of this craziness. We're living in this crazy world. Everyone has these crazy problems happening. And there's certain things that we can do to help.
Is that?
In the moment. Yes. I got one window. And it's up. Thank you for pizza.
Yeah, well, you said I want pizza. I'm gonna get this off.
Yes,
Yeah.
is it all paperwork done already?
We're signing right now.
Yeah, we'll take all those pictures.
I can drive straight with it. No, leave the front one though. Come on back.
You want that one?
Yeah, just the one I moved.
We're trying to take off the S off of both parts.
One more.
I wonder if they noticed.
I really don't.
It would just be a funny thing. Wouldn't that be funny? Not like a year later, like, hey, that's not what that's supposed to say. You know what I'm saying? It's not, even with our own particular issues that we're going through individually, we shouldn't even focus on as, like, make it encompass us as much, where it lets us stop doing. I get what you're saying in general, but with this particular instance, I don't. You just don't like a one. No, I just don't think it was very thought through. Why? Because I didn't put a rob me signal on my car. I didn't say that. I just said, why is that? I'm not saying that you're drawing it. There's energies in this world. You know that? There's energies we can't see. Now you sound like Monica. I'm just telling you, there's good and there's evil on this planet. Everybody, you can feel it. Because you're either taken over by an angry evil spirit, or there's these things that are true. And it's talked about in every single culture all around the world. Just because we're in this new age doesn't mean that any of that, all that stuff's not true. If you have certain energies, certain things will come at you. I wasn't expecting to get a freaking pizza today. It just randomly happened. I didn't know I was going to watch. I thought you act like I'm a better person and I deserve to get robbed by saying that. You're attributing that. I did not say that. Just remember that. I didn't say those words. You're the one that said that. I'm not even saying, I wasn't even thinking. You're saying that I put off the bad vibe. That's not why I get. I said that. That's not what you're saying. So do you think? I didn't say that you have bad vibes. You said that you have bad vibes. I say that. I just said people. When you put out bad vibes in the world, people get bad vibes back. So you're saying that I must have put out some sort of bad vibe in order to get my bad vibe back. That's what you're saying. I don't know why that happened. I'm just saying that that's a possibility. I'm not even saying that that's exactly what it is. I'm saying that happens a lot. Like it's that whole karma thing. That's very. You don't think so? Oh, this is no. I haven't done anything to create. I'm not talking about this. This one doesn't matter. It doesn't necessarily. It's just in general. More what I was talking about last time. It wasn't like, oh, your car gets broken. So I was just thinking of all that. Because a lot of stuff happens to you. Like you get a lot of stuff that happens to you. It's terrible. I'm not saying you're doing anything by getting that either when I say this. Just, objectively, you can agree with that, right? If you can see, I'm not saying that you're doing anything by doing that. I was literally just speaking like that because it's when I think about it. I can see that in the past, yes. I thought so too. I thought the same way. But now that I haven't done anything and I just get shit deals all the fucking time, yeah, I'm a little bit pissed off at life and I didn't deserve anything to fucking do it. I understand. I didn't have a bad attitude when I went and parked my car up there. I didn't. There's no sort of bad shit that I've done in years. I'm not even saying anything. I don't know exactly how any of that stuff works. I have no idea. I just know that it's. I've already had my car for everything I've ever done. Everything. Okay. So if there's an overall judgment, there's a bigger need. It's not. We don't have that. We don't have the ability to judge like that. We're a tiny little thing that was created. You know what I mean? But it's not
judge any of that. Like, even when people are like, oh, you know, there's a lot of Christians that say, oh, I'm going to heaven, or whatever. It's like, you don't know that. None of us know that. We're all terrible. We all have bad thoughts. We all have things that pop up that we shouldn't have done, or word things the way we shouldn't have, and, you know, but to sit there and beat ourselves up about it, that's not good. I don't want to do that. I know I'm not doing it with a mean spirit. I'm not doing it to be hurtful to anyone. So I refuse to feel bad about that when I know I'm not doing malicious. I can't apologize for how my words make someone else feel. Because words shouldn't affect people like that. Words are just words. You know what I mean? Like an action would be like, Dad, you giving me away your phone number. Like, that's pretty bad. That's terrible. I wonder, how come he doesn't use my phone number? What? Yeah, he's got my phone number. How come why is he put it on you? Because he's shit. But it's not just because he's shit. There's a reason why. He thinks, I guarantee this is what that he thinks that, you think you can just avoid me forever. Oh, I'm gonna get you one. I'm gonna get you thinking about me one way or the other. I guarantee it. That's the only fucking rhyme or reason for that. It's like a psychological thing. Like, you can't think of me, damn it. All those years. But the other part of that is we don't really know what he's thinking. I do. Do you think like, oh, I'm gonna do, like, do you set out on your day to ever to do? I'm a normal person. He's not a normal person. Do you set off your day to do he is us. We are him. He's not us. Yes, or he's not. He's his own guy. He's his own being. He does his own thing. He's literally us. We are him. That's how that works. It's like your sons are you, and you are your sons. You know that we descend from kings from Solomon? Yes, we do. Now you really sound like one. Jesus Christ. Apparently, she comes from princesses too, and that's why she can't even sleep on a peak. Okay? I'm letting you know that we do. Yes, we do. I moved it back in our genealogy. We go back to we're from Scotland. It's in Scotland. We're the king. Maybe the corrupt side from Scotland, pop side from Ireland. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter about pop side. It doesn't matter. Mom's lineage is matter. It's about father's lineage. That's who you carry through. Mom was a shell that protected us as we grew. Some of the genes went through, but the little sperm guy, the little guy that grows, comes from dad. We are literally from the father. Think about that. It's weird shit. Blood is a protector. It's interesting. It's interesting. Move forward in the front seat. It stopped working. But the electric pump stopped working on it, so I did with this. This is the first day using it, so.